So, hello everyone. Welcome to the special live stream, the special coverage on from CGTN on the topic of Palestine-Israel conflict. And this is Zhang Shijie. Today we have my co-host or my colleague Nadim.
Yes, we're coming to you live from Beijing, but as always, we have live coverage from Gaza, Israel, and on the border between Israel and Lebanon. So, for you to see the action happening live as we speak, it's day 9 today, and there has been just a tsunami of news overnight. And we're going to share them with you today just to let you know of the updates so you can be more in the know of what's happening right now, because it is a pretty much developing situation that we've been seeing for the past 9 days. We still are seeing continuous fighting, continuous displacement from within Gaza, continuous bombing from Israel. Last night, we've seen more details coming out about this potential Israeli ground offensive into Gaza, which people have been speculating for the past few days. And on top of that, we'll talk a little bit about the confusion over the possible reopening of the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt. Yesterday, there were news that an agreement between Egypt, Israel, and the US has been made for foreigners to leave Gaza and for aid to come in. It didn't pan out. Maybe it's delayed. Maybe something happened. We'll talk about it in a bit. But we're going to start with what's really, really important, which is the loss of life.
Yeah.
So where do we stand from the death toll, Jessica?
As Nadim have mentioned that this is the ninth day of the conflict, starting from last Saturday, and also our third day here for the live stream, and trying to bring with the latest information, the updates, and the stuff that Nadim have mentioned is what we are going to focus on today. And for the latest death toll number, I would like to share with you guys is that the latest round of the violence has killed over 3,500 people on both sides by Saturday, and at least 2,200 Palestinians have been killed, and over 8,700 wounded, and the dead include 700 children. And the number of the people killed in Israel side has reached 1,300, with more than 3,400 wounded. And for the occupation of the West Bank, the number of Palestinians killed by Israeli fire in the past week has topped 50.
Yeah, we're seeing that the numbers are rising. The numbers from Israel of those who were killed stands at 1,300. That number has been for the past few days almost the same, because for the most part, these include what had happened at the beginning of the conflict when Hamas attacked Israeli territory. And so Israel is still counting the dead from that day 9 days ago, whereas in Gaza, we're just seeing the numbers rising just because of more airstrikes happening and more military action from Israel on the Palestinian territory. It's very significant that you mentioned the number of children dead, because as you mentioned, there's over 724 by certain accounts, and that is very unfortunate. We're also seeing in the past 24 hours an increase in death and casualties on the Palestinian sides, which is a sign of intensified bombing. Let's not forget that over the past 24 hours, there was more displacement happening in Gaza due to an evacuation order that was sent out by the Israeli army on Friday morning, giving Palestinians in northern Gaza 24 hours to make their way out, down, south, ahead of what was expected to be a ground offensive. And so we've seen more displacement. In the past few days, we were talking about hundreds of thousands. Yesterday, we came with a different number, which is 1 million displaced. And for reference, in Gaza, there's 2.3 million civilians. And so that's almost half of the people have been displaced. So the number of casualties that different sources have given in the past 24 hours range between 300 Palestinians to 400 Palestinians in Gaza alone, because as you mentioned, there's also tensions happening in the West Bank. And so 300 to 400 Palestinians killed yesterday, that is a sign of things escalating, despite the international community, for the most part, asking for de-escalation of the situation.
Yeah.
And one thing that really struck me while I was preparing for today, because the thing is, the news are coming out constantly from that
Yes.
region, because, as we said, this is a situation that is pretty much active and it's unfolding. One thing that really struck me was a number coming from Gaza, which is that 45 families have been wiped completely from Gaza's civil registry. And what this means is that all the generations, all the living generations
The
of
story of the family.
the stories, the memories of these 45 families gone. And so, that's really, really unfortunate, because as we've been saying since the beginning of our live streams days ago, that it's the people who, at the end of the day, are paying the price for war. And so that's what's happening on the Palestinian side. On the Israeli side, the hostage situation is also, there's action happening on that front as well. Yesterday, we've seen protests happening by families and friends of those kidnapped by Hamas. Um, Certain numbers put them at 150. Now we have confirmation of 120 people kidnapped by Hamas militants. 9 days ago, when they made their surprise attack on the Israeli territory. So yesterday there was these protests by the friends and families of these kidnapped, and they asked for more information to be divulged on the whereabouts of them, or what the situation is like with these hostages. There were also voices for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to step down because of this perceived of the perception, let's say, that the Israeli army, has failed Israeli citizens to prevent this Hamas attack. And so there is a little bit of discontent, a little bit of anger, actually more than a little bit, a lot of anger, a lot of rage at what had happened. There are confirmation or acknowledgement from certain Israeli officials that there was failures on the intelligence side to counter, or to at least know of this surprise attack that had happened. And so there's definitely anger. People are asking about their loved ones in Israel, asking, where are they? And so on that front, we've seen protests yesterday. And at the same time, we've seen the Israeli army as well coming out yesterday and saying,
found the bodies of the hostages.
Well, not all the bodies.
Yes, not all the bodies, and the number are still under concern.
Yeah.
Still don't have the specific of how many have been discovered.
Right. So yesterday, the Israeli army came out with a statement saying that because over the past few days there has been small-scale incursions from Israel into Gaza, really limited in scope, and apparently through these operations on the ground, they were able to found the bodies of some hostages that were, as we mentioned earlier, taken by Hamas militants. The numbers were not given, so we don't know how much. But as we've said, we know that there are 120 at least confirmed in the Gazan territory that were taken, abducted by Hamas militants. And then not only are we seeing more people protesting, trying to figure out information and news about their loved ones. There was a press conference yesterday as well from the families of the Israeli hostages, trying to gather more support financially, or in terms of trying to get medicine to the hostages in Gaza. There was, as we said, a press conference or a briefing, during which the head of the Hostages and Missing Families Forum said that uh, they want help to get medicines into to Gaza hostages for the purpose of, apparently he said there will be an agreement to transfer medicine to the missing people and hostages. This was last night but we don't know if there was a deal in the making for medicine or essentials to be transferred to these hostages. Because again, Hamas was saying that we will not negotiate on this. Israel is saying we will not negotiate with Hamas until the cessation of hostilities. And so it's not really clear when the media reported on this what exactly is happening behind closed doors, or what is happening exactly if there's an agreement in the making. There has been calls from Israel as well as from the international communities for the hostages to be spared, to be released. And Israel has taken it upon itself, the army has taken it upon itself to go inside Gaza and recover them and free them. We don't know how much this is going to be this is feasible, but that happened yesterday. We will try to find more information about this potential agreement that has been spoken about, and we will update the situation as we know more.
So these are basically some of the latest information, the latest news over the past, I should say, starting from today, the ninth day of the conflict, the total death toll, and also what has happened over the past 24 hours. And also we have a video about what has happened in the past week. Yeah, we can.
אזרחי ישראל, אנחנו במלחמה, לא במבצע, לא בסבבים, במלחמה.
A summary of what has been happening for the past 7 days, 8 days, actually, in Gaza between Hamas and the Israeli army. Sorry. We've ended the video on the evacuation order that the Israeli army has issued on Friday morning for Gazans in the north of the enclave to move south in preparation for a potential military offensive on the ground. Basically, the Israeli army.
Southern Gaza.
Initially, it was supposed to be a 24-hour ultimatum, and that has led to a lot of condemnation and from different parts of the world and from the international community. The UN said that this was impossible because in northern Gaza, there are up to 1.1 million people, and it's impossible. And this is to quote the UN Secretary, the UN Chief, Antonio Guterres. He said it's impossible to move people from the north to anywhere else in such a short period of time and during an active war zone. And so we've also heard from the WHO as well, because not only were civilians asked to leave their homes, even hospitals were ordered to just evacuate with the equipment, with the patients. And again, the WHO was saying that this is a death sentence as well. We'll talk about it a little bit more later on. I'm just giving a general overview of what the reaction was. The UN asked Israel to rescind this order, and we've seen voices internationally as well as from the region, like from Saudi Arabia and Qatar, categorically rejecting this forced evacuation of people. And so what had happened was yesterday, the order morning, on Saturday morning, the 24 hours had passed. We've seen since then multiple extensions of this order to evacuate, or this recommendation to evacuate. We don't know what is the new deadline. There was no information on that front, but the Israeli officials have come out and they spoke about the need to extend it because, and this is quoting the military spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, who said that we have extended once again extend the ultimatum because we realize that there is a huge amount of people that need to get out. We are continuing to encourage the population in the north of Gaza Strip and Gaza City to go south and get out of harm's way. And so we don't know exactly what the situation looks like right now because they say that they've extended it, but we don't know how much longer. So in parallel to that, we're seeing that the Israeli army is taking its time to enter Gaza. So we've been talking about this build-up on the border between Gaza and Israel, and the Israeli army itself has admitted that there is going to be a comprehensive attack by land, by sea, by air, but they're still taking their time, and so as long as that military, that ground operation hasn't started, there is still more time for people to leave, even though not everyone is leaving because people either don't have places to go. And we will talk about the worsening humanitarian situation as we go about this live stream. People are unwilling to go, people are unable to go, people want to stay in their land.
At their home.
But again, we've seen that that ultimatum, that deadline, the 24-hour being extended. And yesterday, when we were having the live stream,
exactly. This is what I'm going to share. Is yesterday when we have the live stream, we were talking about the like safety passages, and yesterday the Israeli military official had posted on the X, the former Twitter, saying that Israeli forces will allow safe movement for Palestinians to move on two passages between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We were discussing about how to ensure that these two long streets or rows or corridors could be ensured that people are safe or the civilians will be safe passing by. And then we have news about the bombing or airstrikes hitting some specific place, and
a convoy. It hit. Let's be very clear about what happened. It was a convoy of vehicles, of people using passageways to go to
dozens of people, including young children, have been killed after this convoy of vehicles heading towards southern Gaza was hit.
Yes. And so we've heard. Again, the number of casualties has differed according to sources. There are at least 12 people who have been killed, civilians, in this attack. Again, on people fleeing. The whole point was the whole point of that eviction order was for people to go out of harm's way, and then on the way, people were targeted. We've seen the numbers. Again, different sources. At least 12 people. Some sources are saying up to 70 people. We still don't know the numbers yet, but we do know that there were children as well on this convoy. And again, we've spoken about this yesterday. We're going to talk about it again, which is of the Palestinians who have been killed since the conflict began 9 days ago. Around over half of them, I think the number is 54%, are children under the age of 18 and women. And so that is the situation on the evacuation orders that has been that was the main thing that was happening yesterday. Again, we've seen the number of displaced just skyrocketing since yesterday, up to 1 million people. And so we'll see what will happen in the next few days as Gaza still reels from a blockade, from a complete siege. And so there's really no place safe in Gaza.
Yeah. As like more evacuation is still taking place, there will be more information or news for us to follow and to keep an eye on. And here we have like 3 videos to present about the latest evacuation, and also one of our correspondent. He is a Palestinian reporter and fleeing to Gaza City with her family members, and also one video from our CGTN stringers. So we can watch the video together.
These packages, let's watch together.
This is like a cafe, and this is the closest and safest place, and basically that we found. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that I myself saw them taking the streets, walking, and we're talking about tens of kilometers.
بس الناس خايفة يعني زي خوف ومتعب بشهادة القتال الحروب وهذا ربنا يجيب فيه الخير.
زينا زي غيرنا يا خال، ايش بدنا نسوي؟ فقعين الله يصلح حالها واحسن حال، ايش بدنا نسوي؟ انا من السجاعية، رحنا على ضربة كذا اختي وبعدين ولا شيء، الليلة قالوا في قصف، صنطنا ما صارش قصف، قالوا يلا يخلق معكم 12 ساعة.
Yes, so these are the 3 videos that we've seen about the latest evacuation, and also about our like frontier reporters showing and recording their like fleeing period of time.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of people on the street, and we've seen our reporters speaking to people who said that they were evacuating, they're fleeing their homes, their lands, because they were told that bombs are coming their way. And so there were warnings. And so they heeded these warnings and left. As to where they're going to leave or what is the next step, we don't know. One of our reporters actually yesterday was saying that she took shelter, temporary shelter, as she fled Gaza City. She took shelter in a coffee shop, and she said that she's lucky. Yeah, she said that she's lucky that she's able to afford a temporary shelter where other people are sleeping in public spaces. They're sleeping rough. Basically, they have no place to go. We've also heard that even in Gaza City, people are tens of thousands of people, 35,000 people are actually going to the Gaza hospital trying to seek refuge there because in their mind, it's a hospital. It won't be bombed. It's a safe place for us. And mind you as well that the hospitals are already overstretched because of the amount of bombing that is happening in Gaza and the amount of injuries and the casualties. And so it's already a chaotic scene as it is. And then when you're adding a huge number of displaced, it just complicates the situation even more. And speaking about hospitals like the Gaza hospital where people are taking...
One thing to add, that I was watching the video about our reporters fleeing to the cafe as well, that she mentioned that she is lucky to have the money to rent the place, as well as the family is lucky to have a car for them to flee. Well, she mentioned that there were lots of people, hundreds, millions of people walking for 30, 40, 50 miles of distance to go to the shelter or to find a place.
There were instances of people traveling by foot. I'm not sure how long the distance is. In all fairness, the entire strip of Gaza from end to end is 40 kilometers. But the roads are around perhaps 10 kilometers. And so people have fled on foot. And with that parentheses closed, I want to just go back a little bit to talk a lot about the hospitals, because the evacuation order, as we mentioned earlier, it didn't just include civilians, but it also included medical staff. And we've seen the WHO coming out and saying that was yesterday, saying that this is a death sentence, because there are a group of people who cannot leave. The injured cannot leave. People who are attached to medical equipment, pregnant women, disabled people, people with disabilities, very frail old people. All of these who are already in hospital cannot leave. And to think that entire hospitals can be evacuated at the drop of a pen, they said that this was a death sentence. And then we've heard more statements coming out from the WHO regarding specifically the evacuation of 22 hospitals with more than 2,000 patients in northern Gaza. And so basically, the evacuation order is a blanket evacuation for everyone and anyone, regardless of their resources, their abilities. And so the WHO is saying that, again, it could be tantamount to a death sentence. And so, and we've also actually heard a few NGOs and a few aid organizations from the UN and elsewhere saying that we can't leave. It's our duty as medical people, as first responders, to stay where the people are. And a lot of people are staying out of fear that there's nowhere to go, or out of fear that the Israeli army could repeat what had happened in 1940, from 1947 to 1949, the first war between Palestinians and Israel, where people fled their houses and they lost them. And that's where the Palestinian refugee crisis that is still up until today started. They're afraid of their lands being confiscated, of being occupied, and they say that we better die in dignity in our houses, in our land, than to leave somewhere else. And so we're seeing that situation really reaching catastrophic points, what with those displaced, what with the hospitals and the situation in hospitals.
Yeah, the stuffs from like international organizations or the medical stuffs that according to WHO, they said that health workers are overwhelmingly choosing to stay behind rather than risk moving their new patients, a choice that they call mission impossible.
I mean, it's really not a choice if you think of it, because if you've sworn to protect people and to heal people, and everyone around you is leaving, but these people cannot leave, you can't just turn your back at them. And so it's not really a choice, even though it is like the WHO is saying that they've overwhelmingly chosen to stay behind. But when you think of it, it's really not a choice. It's a situation. And we've heard it as well from our reporters, where they're said that we can't leave. We have a duty to report. And our reporters and the reporters around the world from the ground in Gaza and in Israel on the border, they're putting their lives at risk to get us these images that we're seeing right now. And so it's an impossible choice, because at the end of the day, it's a situation that forced itself on these people. And again, we said that the hospitals have not been immune to targeting, to bombing. I really want to read, because it's been a week now, and so we have a clearer idea of just the damage that is happening. And so I came across a list of data and numbers regarding the medical facilities and medical staffers being targeted in Gaza by Israeli bombing, and the numbers speak volume. There's at least 28 medical staff that were killed. We've already heard the UN saying that their staffers have also been targeted. We have 15 hospitals that have been damaged. 2 hospitals are out of commission. And 23 ambulances that have been hit, damaged, or destroyed. And so we're seeing that these coming out from the ground. Again, on the other hand, Israel is saying that they are sticking to the rules of war and they're not really targeting civilians. And so you have these two completely different perspectives coming out about the same situation. And so
So as the data speaks for itself, we
Yeah.
can get a clearly understanding of the situation there. And as one of the destination of the two safety streets, the Khan Yunis.
Yes, Khan Yunis. Yes.
Khan Yunis in the south of Gaza Strip is where most people were handed, and the infrastructure there is overwhelmed as well, especially the hospitals running out of power, fuel, water, and medical stuffs and medical equipment for the injured people.
Right. So the evacuation order was for northern Gaza, and so people in northern Gaza have fled to the center of Gaza as well as to the south because they thought that could be the furthest place from the north. And so we're seeing an influx of displaced people going into Khan Yunis, and the situation from reporters there, they're saying that it's getting a little bit too unbearable because people are not finding places to stay. Accommodation is really hard to get by. It's also adding a lot of pressure on the very limited resources that the city has, because as we said, it has been quite some time since October 9. And so since Monday, today is Sunday. So it's been a week of a complete siege of Gaza. And so water has been cut off, electricity, fuel, essentials in terms of medical supply as well as food. And so the situation there is getting worse and worse. The hospitals there as well, they're running low on medicine as well as on fuels in the tanks so they can work the generators because, as we've spoken earlier, the only power plant in Gaza has been decommissioned days ago because there was just no more fuel because of that blockade. And so the situation in Khan Yunis as well is looking more towards deterioration because of this influx of the displaced people coming there. But then that's just again one example of a lot of hospitals. And on that topic, we're going to stick with that topic, and we're going to watch what the situation is like from one of our reporters who was.
Yeah, I think before we watch the video of our reporters, I think we have come about one of the humanitarian situation about the hospital situations there, and we will see you guys later. And there will be a live cross with one of our correspondent, Stephanie Fried, later. And please do stay tuned with us.
This is Stephanie Freed for CGTN, and today I'm in the city of Sderot, which is along the line dividing Gaza and Israel. I'm on the Israel side, and let's see, what I want to talk to you about today is a number of things. I'm going to give you an update about what's happening right now in the situation from this side of this war, and I'll tell you, first of all, why I'm here in Sderot. I can tell you first by leading in with the sounds. Around us, we're hearing heavy, heavy pounding. There are outgoing artillery positions around here. This is a place, because it's so close to Gaza, that has been hit hard throughout the years by rockets. Often when there are conflicts, confrontations. Okay. Do you want me to start again? I'm not sure. You want me to start all over again? Oh, okay. So here in Sderot, because of the proximity to Gaza, the close proximity, it's been hit hard by rockets. And we just came across a few new hits in the middle of the city. So today, right now, people have been urged to get out, because what we're feeling pretty much is that if Israel's going to, or Israel's going to go ahead with their ground invasion into Gaza, and it's going to happen today. That's what we believe, that's what we understand. The residents here, most of them are gone. They fled when things started happening here a week ago Saturday, on the 7th of October, because there were firefights here in the middle of the city. The police station was a huge battle scene. Nearly 24 people were killed there, and they've leveled the police station because it was set on fire, and you can still smell the smell of bodies when you walk around in this city. But still, there are some holdouts, people who've stayed here regardless of the constant rocket barrages that have been ongoing this past week. Well, Israel's officials are telling them, you should go. And so some people are actually heeding it. I've run into and talked to a few people this morning who are getting their things. They're running into we saw one young man run into this apartment building, collecting a few things going. Another person also collecting their things to go. And then we saw a man riding on a motorized vehicle down the street, and I asked him, aren't you leaving? And he said, I've lived here for 70 years. I've been through the worst of the worst that I've seen so far, and I'm not going anywhere. So that's what we find generally, and I can say with the experience of being in multiple conflict zones throughout the years, generally the people who are seniors, older people who have lived in their communities for years, and they basically feel that they're not going to go. They don't evacuate. Often they stay until the bitter end because they have lived there all their lives. So that's what we're seeing on a personal level. I will take you around a little bit to show you. What I want to show you is this. When the Hamas militants came storming into Israel and started killing people and opened fire and firefights in the streets and kidnapping and so on and so forth, it was the tail end of a Jewish holiday. And throughout this city, when I've been walking around, it's empty. It's a ghost town, more or less, except for these people scurrying around. Throughout the city, what we're seeing are these like little, Gilly's going to show you these. It's called a sukkah in Hebrew. And it's like a temporary dwelling, a house. And the holiday that people were marking was Sukkot. And so I'm going to take you on a little bit of a biblical background here. Sukkot marks the time in Jewish history when Jews, after they were, it's disputed how many years, but maybe 300 years is what some scholars mostly believe. 300 years they were prisoners. They were slaves in Egypt. And Sukkot, this holiday, marks the period around, they say, around the 13th century before the Common Era, that they were released from bondage, they were taken out of slavery, and they spent 40 years in the desert trying to get here, which was at the time called Canaan, not Israel. This marks temporary dwellings that the Jews at the time would have built in the desert to live in. So this is what every year at this holiday, people build these. And Gilly's going to go show you what it looks like. It's considered Jewish ritual, Jewish rite of passage, and according to Judaism, you're supposed to, during the holiday, come into this sukkah and eat with your family, with friends, with neighbors. So you can see, when it's over the holiday, they decorate them. You take these down. But that was the holiday that was happening here when this war started. So these are all intact. I'm going to walk you through the neighborhood a little bit. And Gil's going to show you. There's another one right here. Here's another one right there. Another sukkah. Now, let's go down. Is there another one down there? This is just the building. Now we'll go down, and I'm going to show you the area where people in this building, basically it's empty. But another sukkah, and we'll walk into one. And why am I bringing this up? Why is this relevant at all? And I'll tell you why. Here's another sukkah. Because of Israel's history of being slaves in Egypt, of being massacred, 6 million Jews exterminated during the Nazi Germany's, the Holocaust. The type of scenes that Israel saw on Saturday, on October 7th, a week ago, essentially there's a saying is never again. They say never again. And that's why I'm showing you the sukkah, which marks the freedom from slavery. It's a happy time where people eat outside in these temporary dwellings that would have been possibly in the desert they would have built to protect themselves from the elements. And that's why there's a very strong feeling of fighting back against any hint or any possibility of extermination or of mass murder of the Jews to keep the faith alive. And that's the sentiment in Israel. It's that knowing one's history, knowing what happened in the past, and guarding against extermination or mass murder or attempts of that in the future. So let's go down here between the houses in the neighborhood. And here we are, another one. Now I'm going to take you into one just to see it, and then I'll talk to you a little bit about what's happening. So now we've gone into the sun, and there's a lot of noise across the street because they're cleaning up the police station that I talked about where there was the firefight between forces. They're now they're getting rid of all the rubble and clearing the site. We'll show you that in a minute. But let's go into one of these. And they're fun to eat inside. Caveat, small bit of information. But you can see, Gil's going to show you, this one is smaller, but throughout the community, really it is considered something special. It's a ritual of Judaism that people undertake during this holiday. All the neighbors, everyone sits together, and sorry, you've got a cord here that I don't want you to fall on. Hang on. Okay. But it's hanging over here, and I'm back in front of the camera. Now we'll go outside, or I can stick here for a minute. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what is happening in the situation here right now. So I just saw that the Israeli army put out messages to get residents of Gaza. And it comes in the form of leaflets because electricity comms have been knocked out down there, and whatever communications they can get through. And it's a warning to the Gaza residents, explaining to them that they have from, let's say now, about another 2 hours. It's got a map and the Israeli army is showing this is your exit route south. So move from the north down south for the next few hours. We won't be in those areas. We won't operate in those areas. Your safety is important to us. This is the military. This is their announcement. And we want you to evacuate. So they're encouraging Gaza residents to move south. What we understand is that Hamas has blocked people. This has come from the White House, from intel, that they're blocking Gaza residents actually from moving south. And that's because Hamas, according to the same sources, it's in their interest to show an extremely high civilian death toll. And also, President Biden has criticized Hamas for using Gazans as human shields right now in the current situation. Should we move out because of the noise? It doesn't matter. Okay. But, all right. In terms of what's happening as well on the movement front. So like I said, that's 2 hours that you can count on. I'd say after that, anytime will be ripe or we can expect to see Israel's ground forces go into Gaza. And what we understand the aim to be, which is on Israel's part, is to wipe out Hamas. And that's the political wing, the militant wing, to wipe it out so that Hamas no longer controls or leads in the Gaza Strip, to get rid of Hamas. And then another governing body affiliated with the Palestinian Authority, which governs in the West Bank, that some sort of body would come in then. But that's down the pike. Right now, Israel's goal is to eliminate Hamas. And they're saying they'll do that by land, air, and sea. And we're certainly hearing evidence here. We're seeing all sorts of heavy artillery, including what sounds like more personal artillery, automatic fire. Related to all of this, Iran, the foreign minister of Iran, meetings in Qatar between Iran, head of Hamas, Qataris. Iran has warned that if Israel does conduct a ground invasion into Gaza, it'll be an earthquake, that this will be an earthquake for Israel. And that's certainly a concern. The whole Iranian front, the Hezbollah front from Lebanon, because the understanding is that Hezbollah, which is Iranian-backed, and Lebanon has tens, hundreds of thousands of long, short-range, and precise missiles that can hit, and rockets that can hit Israel into the heart of Israel's cities. So that's a whole other front on the north that there's concern about. At the same time, we have word that there possibly was an anti-tank missile fired on a community in northern Israel from Lebanon, and that there may be injuries. This is new. It's not confirmed, but this is recent. So that border as well with Israel is semi-active. There's concern of that front opening them up, but hundreds of thousands of Israeli soldiers have been deployed both north and south. And there is, of course, the Air Force and the U.S., in addition to deploying one strike fleet, a carrier strike fleet, the USS Gerald Ford. They've just announced that they're deploying another one to the Mediterranean Sea right here because of what's happening, because of this war, which is the USS Dwight Eisenhower. Plus, they'll be sending over fighter jets. But the U.S. government and the U.S. Defense Department, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, he's been very clear about the fact that the U.S. doesn't intend to get involved physically in this war, put boots on the ground in Israel. This is meant to be a deterrent. And the strike carriers fleets are meant to be deterrents and send signals, and that would really be Iran. Those signals are meant for Iran. So we're going to take you back outside very quickly. And we'll just show you here I said I would show you this police station, so go ahead and show that. We can get as close as we can over here. This is what's left of the police station where last Saturday there was massive firefight, massive fighting here. It was set on fire, and now they're basically just clearing out the area. And clearing out the area of people too. The people are gone, the people are leaving, except for those diehards who are sticking around. And I guess the very last bit that I'll leave you with before I go is where we are between these buildings, empty buildings of residents who have left. This is kind of a ninja. It's an obstacle course for kids to train on mostly. It's a playground. It's a communal area, playground. And on both sides, we always talk about the civilian casualties, and especially with a ground invasion, the casualty numbers rise. They statistically rise. So this isn't even symbolic. It is the reality on the ground, an empty playground, and it's not the symbolism of it, it's the reality of it. And you can apply that to both sides. So we're waiting. In the coming hours, I think, will be pivotal. That's my opinion. And of course, I'll keep you updated. I'll keep reporting. Meanwhile, I'm here, Stephanie Fried in Sderot, Israel for CGTN. Thanks for being here with me.
Yeah. So yeah, we are back with the special live coverage on from CGTN, and we just watch and we just have a live cross with our correspondent in Israel, Stephanie Fried, and she showed us about the situation in the local community, and also as he has. She has mentioned during the live stream together as yesterday's that the smell of the dead body, the wreckage, the ruins is still in the air. So which indicates the situation there a lot. And also she said about the local authorities urge people and highly suggest people to flee and to evacuate and to be help themselves heading to the other places. But still, she mentioned that there are like other scenes or witness of the locals who do not want to leave their home.
Right. So just let me cut you through here a little bit and try to explain why Israeli authorities were asking people to leave. That community is in Sderot, which is on the border from the Israeli side with Gaza. And she said that historically and over time right now, it has been the target of Hamas rockets. And actually over the last Saturday, when the conflict began with Hamas making this surprise attack, the militants, the operatives of Hamas actually stormed their way into this community. And she did show us the background of a police station where exchange of fire happened. And then, sorry, she says that the police station was set on fire. And she mentioned the same thing that she mentioned yesterday, which is up to now, after 7-8 days, the smell of bodies, the smell of the ruins is still in the air. And so she said that that's the reason why local authorities are now urging people even more to leave the area. And she says that that could be potentially because of the imminent ground offensive that the Israeli army wants to do or is planning on doing, which we will talk about in a bit, but we're just recapping what our correspondent said. And so basically, she's saying that things could escalate on that front. And given that it's only a few hundred meters away from Gazan territories, the best thing for residents is to just leave, or whatever is left of the residents, because she did say that it's basically a ghost town. And so even though she did actually say that a few people she met are not willing to go, and she said they're more usually from the older generation.
Yes.
And so that's one thing that she spoke about. Another thing that she spoke about was about the warning. She did give us an update right now. The warning that Israel had given for Gazans to evacuate the north to the south. She said that there's still 2 more hours going. And she said that throughout these 2 hours, Israeli army is encouraging people to move from Gaza, the north of Gaza, to the south. And she reiterated something that we heard yesterday as well from the Israel army on X, the social media, that if you use these roads, they've given them a map, they've given Palestinians a map according to our correspondent. If you use this map and you just follow the road south, you won't be harmed. But as we've seen yesterday as well, the situation on the ground was something completely different, with convoys of civilians on the road being attacked. And then she says that the next few hours or the next few days could be pivotal. They could be defining in how this is going to move forward. She said that the Israeli army has a very clear objective in the horizon, which is to eliminate Hamas, which is to get rid of Hamas, the militants, and to sort of eliminate any possibility for more attacks to happen on Israeli. And then she mentioned about the general security situation with the tensions that are happening between Israel and Hezbollah in the northern border of Israel with Lebanon. And she mentioned the deployment of a second U.S. Aircraft carrier. All of this we will be talking about
later,
more in details. But
yeah, one thing I want to add that in the community, Stephanie keeps telling us about the sukkah. Right, the sukkah, it is kind of like a dwelling for the Jewish people for their celebrations or for the holidays, right? And also, I think these is also a representation of for them to remember their history, remember their past.
Right. So basically, what she was trying to explain to us is that when the attack happened a week ago, it was at about the end of a holiday, a Jewish holiday, which she said has roots in history. And it was supposed to be reminiscent of the time when Jewish people at the time, and she said that is hundreds of years ago, left or actually freed themselves from slavery in Egypt and tried to walk to what to the land where Israel has
from the desert.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so she's saying that these dwellings that you mentioned represent the type of dwellings that people in the desert, the Jewish people in the desert at the time, were living in or having meals in. The reason why she's bringing up history to that is to say that the attack from Hamas on Israel happened at the same time when Israelis were trying to remember a time when they were freed. And because she said that the history of Jewish people is about slavery and massacres, and imprisonment. And so she says that that holiday was supposed to, remember that. And then you had that attack happening. And she's saying that that timing was very important because it sort of increased the resolution or resolve, of Israeli that they will, fight for the right or fight for,
the future.
Yeah. And so basically, she's giving that historical context to try to explain to a certain extent why the Israeli army is, going all deep into this campaign against Gaza after Hamas's attack. But now we're going to go from Stephanie to another report. This is not a live. Is it a live?
No,
it's not a live.
Yeah.
We were talking before Stephanie actually joined us.
Yeah, we just had Stephanie's live cross, and yeah. So basically, I think there's another there's at the end of the live cross, she has been mentioning about the I should say the extension or the air, sea, and land.
That's she was speaking about the attack, because yesterday, the imminent, not even attack, it's a campaign by the Israeli army, which yesterday they released a statement showing a little bit more details over what they intend to do. They said it was a comprehensive campaign coordinated from different fronts, including sea, air, and land, which is what everyone has been expecting. But she was speaking basically about that. We're not going to go to the video?
No,
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay, the video is not ready. And so we're just going to go back to speaking about what we were talking before we had our live with Stephanie. And we thank Stephanie for her live reporting from the Israeli side. We were speaking before that about the situation in Gaza and how hospitals in Khan Yunis and elsewhere are slowly but surely being overwhelmed with injuries. We've seen scenes of ambulances rushing with injured people, as well as people taking refuge in hospitals, as well as in schools or in shelters by the UN. And what else?
We'll just yeah, there's so much information for us we want to present you. So we just finished the live class of our correspondent in Israel, and later we are connecting our another correspondent, the correspondent in central Gaza, Noor Harazan, and she will be online, and we will see what she will be presented as.
Right. Noor yesterday showed us the way that she took from northern Gaza, or Gaza City actually, into the southern part. She fled with her two kids. And we've spoken about, she actually spoken about it in one of the videos where she says that she's lucky that she has the money and the means to leave, to evacuate. She said that she had to leave her parents because her parents wouldn't go, and it was a decision between staying with the parents or leaving with the children. And she has two kids. We've heard from her before, and in a few minutes we will
Nora is online, and we will leave the voice to her.
I think she needs a few more. Needs a few more seconds.
I am standing inside the Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital, which is located in the city of Deir al-Balah, which is in southern Gaza Strip, where hundreds of people came here. They left their homes in northern and also in central Gaza City and came here to take shelter after the Israeli army ordered citizens and Palestinians to leave the northern area. However, over today and over the past 2 days, while we are residing and taking shelter in this hospital, we witnessed hundreds of people who came to the hospital either injured or killed by Israeli strikes that targeted their homes in southern Gaza Strip. So basically this means that there is nowhere safe in Gaza, not the northern areas where the military ordered the people to evacuate, and not the southern areas where the military asked the people to evacuate. Right now I am in Al-Aqsa, Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital. Let us just take you around. The families that you're seeing behind me are people that came to say the last goodbye for their loved ones, especially that the Israeli warplanes intensified its airstrikes on Deir al-Balah during the night. Most of these people came to say the last goodbye. Last goodbye. Maybe this is their mother or father, I'm not sure actually. مين بيودعوا الأولاد الصغار؟ عرفوا لي مين بيودعوا الأولاد الصغار؟ مين بيودعوا الأولاد الصغار؟ مين هاي مين؟ أبوهم؟ His father. These children are basically crying because they have lost their father in one of the Israeli airstrikes on southern Gaza. لا تعال على الناس اللي بتعبي مي. What you're seeing now is a group of kids that came to fill water basically from the tanks of the hospital because they don't have water at their homes. As we all know, Israel ordered a tightened siege on the Gaza Strip, stopping fuel, water, food supplies from entering the coastal enclave. So these children came here to basically fill up some water from the hospital. Yesterday, on Saturday, the embassies of hundreds of Palestinians who are holding other nationalities like American or European asked them to head to the Rafah border because Egypt will be opening the Rafah border to allow these foreigners outside of Gaza in a way to evacuate the Gaza Strip. However, Egypt refused to open the Rafah border unless medical and food supplies enter the Gaza Strip. This is the situation from my side now in Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital, which is located in Deir al-Balah in southern Gaza Strip. We also have some families coming here basically to take shelter. Some families are coming here to take shelter in the hospitals after they fled their homes, fearing the Israeli airstrikes, especially that most of the in South Gaza, we have hundreds of thousands of families that fled their homes from northern Gaza and from central Gaza City and came to evacuated basically to southern Gaza. Some of them went to Rafah, some of them went to Khan Yunis, some of them came here to Deir al-Balah, and these are the three biggest cities and camps here in southern Gaza. However, as I said before, there has been several Israeli strikes that targeted homes and buildings in southern Gaza. Also, the humanitarian situation here is really bad. It's just going from bad to worse. There is basically no water, no fuel, no electricity. Even the Wi-Fi is cutting. We journalists are very lucky basically to have Wi-Fi connection from inside the hospitals. Other people, like ordinary people, citizens in their homes, they don't have either electricity, water, or Wi-Fi. Also the landlines and the cell phone lines are all down. We can barely get in touch with our relatives and loved ones, especially if we are separated. For example, my parents are still in central Gaza City. They refuse to evacuate because they are saying that this is a second Nakba. We have kids here that are injured in a new Israeli strike. We still do not have any confirmed information about the location of this Israeli strike on Gaza, but as you can see in front of me, we have a group of injuries arriving to the hospital. We are waiting to get some news about this, where these injuries are arriving from. Okay, we just got the news that these injuries are arriving from an Israeli airstrike in As-Sawarka area, which is in Az-Zawaida. Az-Zawaida, this is a very small camp in southern Gaza, basically. It's also in southern Gaza, where of course thousands of people evacuated. اسم حضرتك لو سمحت؟
خليل الجيران نقيب الممرضين الأسبق ومشرف تمريض مستشفى الشهداء الأقصى.
We have with us Dr. Khalil Ladgran, who is the spokesperson will be for us today from the Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital. Let's just get the situation basically in Shuhada Al-Aqsa Hospital. إذا بتقدر تحكي لنا كيف الوضع في المستشفى اليومين هدول؟
الوضع في مستشفى شهداء الأقصى، مستشفى شهداء الأقصى هو المستشفى الوحيد الذي يخدم المحافظة الوسطى، وعدد العدد سكان أكثر من 350 ألف نسمة، وهذا المستشفى مستشفى صغير يصل يوميا إلى المستشفى منذ بداية العدوان الصهيوني على قطاع غزة. وصل إصابات أكثر من 1800 إصابة وأكثر من 450 شهيد. جل الإصابات معظمهم من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ. وصل إلى مستشفى شهداء الأقصى هؤلاء عبارة عن أشلاء عبارة عن أطفال بدون رؤوس. كذلك الأمر العديد من الإصابات التي تصل إلى مستشفى الأقصى، مستشفى شهداء الأقصى لا يستطيع التعامل مع الأعداد الكبيرة من الإصابات، لأن عدد الإصابات يفوق عدد الأسرة الموجودة في أقسام الاستقبال والطوارئ، مما نضطر للعمل ما بين الأسرة وفي ساحات المستشفى. كما ترى أختي الفاضلة هناك عديد من الإصابات، والمرضى المصابين في داخل المستشفى منهم منومون على الأرض، وها هي الإصابات تصل باستمرار منها عن طريق الإسعافات وعن طريق السيارات الخاصة.
Just to put a conclusion on what the doctor said, basically, he said, okay, we have more injuries arriving to the hospital. The doctor just said that the hospital, the Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital, is the main hospital, one of the main hospitals in southern Gaza, and that it's a chaos here in the hospital. These people just said goodbye to their loved ones who were killed. Anyway, going back to what the doctor said is that more than this hospital, and in the past 2 days, more than 400 people who were killed arrived to the hospital, mostly came in pieces here in Gaza due to the Israeli airstrikes, and they could not even deal with them. And because the hospital is so small and they have only a limited number of beds, they had to treat injuries on the floor and in the corridors. He also said that they are losing the medicine and medical supplies. This last injury that entered the hospital is an elderly woman. We do expect actually more cars and more ambulances to come, because mostly people cannot evacuate those who are injured all at the same time, because most of them would be buried under the rubble and bricks. So it will be really hard to get all of them out at the same time. As I said, this last Israeli airstrike targeted a home in As-Sawarka neighborhood, which is located in Az-Zawaida camp in southern Gaza. This is the situation from my side. أبو هادي خذ السيارات Here I want to show you for ice cream, to freeze and sell ice cream. However, here in Gaza, the hospitals are not using it to store bodies of those killed, because there is no enough places. These ice cream trucks in order to store the bodies of the people killed.
CGTN correspondent from Gaza, Noor Hazarin. She was in south of Gaza in a place called Dar al-Balah, and she was reporting to us live from outside the hospital of Shuhada al-Aqsa. We've seen her reporting quite a few times since yesterday from this hospital, and we've really seen some upsetting and heartbreaking scenes. Here. We saw scenes of kids crying next to bodies of their fathers. We've seen women wailing as they pass her by. We've seen on multiple occasions private cars arriving, bringing casualties. We don't know if they're dead. We don't know if they're injured. But in two instances, we've seen live on camera a teenager and a small child. And according to our reporter, the last person that we saw as well was an elderly woman. We've also seen ice cream trucks being used as morgues just because there's no more space in this hospital, and it's a small hospital that could fit this many um, this many killed people. Our correspondent also had a brief interview with a spokesperson from the hospital, and he is a medical staffer who said that this hospital, it's a small hospital, but it serves up to 350,000 people. And over the past 2 days, they've received 450 dead people, as well as over 1,800 cases. And they said that they don't have the capacity to deal with this. They cannot deal with this number because they don't have enough beds. And he said that a lot of these people are sleeping on the floor. A lot of these cases, a lot of these injured people are just sleeping on the floor or just sitting on the floor just because there isn't enough bed or any different capacities for this hospital. She also spoke about the situation in terms of the power. She said that she's lucky to have Wi-Fi from the hospital, but that's just because she's a journalist. Other people don't have power. We've seen people actually filling out water containers from the water right outside the hospital. And
there's one quote from Nora that the humanitarian situation is becoming bad from bad to worse. Without water, without power, without Wi-Fi, and even like cell phone lines.
Basically that's what our reporter has shown us from outside one of these hospitals. She also said that these cars bringing all these injured or these casualties from kids to elderly women, she mentioned that they're coming from a small camp in southern Gaza. And we noticed that it's not the ambulances bringing them to the hospital, it's more just private cars. And I guess it's probably this was the easiest way for them to get to the hospital just because they're overstretched. And we've spoken about this before, and we've heard it from our correspondents and from reporters across Gaza that the hospitals are just at their overcapacity. Like there's not much medicine, life-saving kits, or beds to take in that many casualties. And we're hearing the UN speaking and condemning this deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza. We're seeing the WHO coming out and saying that what we're seeing is just unfathomable and that the situation is becoming untenable. How long can this last? So
exactly. Well, the UN is saying that this is fast becoming intangible, and also the worst is yet to come, according to the UNA chief Martin Griffiths said that humanity is failing. So we've just have the live cross with our CGTN correspondent Nora, and it is really hard. I should say it's really hard to witness this kind of situation there.
Yeah, you know why it's can I just tell you something? It really just struck me. It's one thing when you're reporting about it, and it's a different thing when you're seeing it in front of you play out. And I think that's why I started this summary by saying that it's heartbreaking, because it's one thing to read the numbers and say that this is how many people got killed, and then it's different to see a little child just crying next to the lifeless dead body of his father. I mean, or just seeing for yourself live on camera, just people coming in hordes to the hospital. So it's really tough on us, and it's more tough on her as well, because it's not easy seeing you reporting live from an active war zone on camera. And we've seen her yesterday breaking down in tears in front of the same hospital as more people were coming in. As we said yesterday, there were many airstrikes, and we've seen her breaking down in tears because you are a journalist and we are trying to report, but at the same time, you can't separate. You're human before you're a journalist, and so
exactly.
it's
And
really
also,
upsetting these scenes.
It is, and also about the strong contract of ice cream freezer.
Yeah.
Of what we used to think it could be like, but now it is holding the dead bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes. So this is actually, we've seen the video in front of the hospital yesterday. Nora went into tears. We should also say that these highly respect for those who stay into their position while all this conflict happened, in terms of the media staff, in terms of the medical staff.
The medical staff,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what we were talking about at the beginning of this live stream, is that this is their duty to be there. People are evacuating, but they're staying put, they're remaining in their positions to try to bring us all these news from the ground. Let's speak a little bit more about aid, because that's what the UN is mostly concerned of. It's been a week since the blockade of Gaza began from Israel. We've seen 2 border crossings between Gaza and Israel closing, one for goods, one for people, completely shut down. And then another border between Gaza and Egypt also closing a day later on Tuesday. People cannot get out. All sorts of goods, essentials, non-essentials, water, electricity, fuel, all of this cannot get into Gaza. We're hearing about aid coming to Egypt over the past week, but there's nowhere for this aid to go.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah. So about the latest information is a total number of at least 5 planes carrying humanitarian relief have arrived in Egypt, but like the airport is called Al Arash Airport on Sinai is about 55 kilometers away from the Gaza border, but the Rafah crossing remains closed.
Right. So what's happening is, as you mentioned, there are planes coming in from the WHO, from other UN agencies, from different countries as well, like Turkey. They're bringing all these aids, they're bringing all these medical equipment or medical medicines, but they're arriving in Egypt. They can't come in. Egypt says that the border is closed because of continuous Israeli bombing. And yesterday in the afternoon, Beijing time, we've heard of a possible agreement that was achieved. Again, the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was doing a whirlwind tour around the Middle East, and he arrived in Egypt yesterday. With his arrival, we heard news coming out of a potential agreement or deal. Egypt, Israel, the U.S. trying to open the Rafah crossing. Rafah crossing is the crossing between Gaza and Egypt. The point of it was for foreigners in Gaza to go out. Foreigners, initially it was just the U.S. nationals, but then they said foreigners or Palestinians with dual citizenship to come out, and in return for the aid to come in. We have heard reports of U.S. nationals in Gaza receiving text messages from U.S. authorities telling them to move, if they thought it was safe, to move to the crossing between a certain period of time, 12 noon and 5 p.m. And they said that the U.S. officials did not reference any agreement, and so there's a big question mark over where did these reports come from. But they did tell their people to go to the crossing and wait to see what's going to happen.
Yes.
They said that there could be a small window in which the crossing would be open. And I'm going to read to you what exactly the message was like. We have informed you as citizens in Gaza with whom we are in contact with that if they assess it to be safe, they may wish to move closer to the Rafah border crossing. That's the State Department spokesperson who said this. There may be very little notice if the crossing opens, and it may only open for a limited time. We haven't seen this happening. We heard from different reports on the ground of people actually coming there, hundreds of people, Americans, also Palestinians with dual citizenship, but also different foreigners from different countries like Sweden, like Germany. But what had happened is they all gathered. The report said there was bombing in. You could hear the bombing in the far back. There is no shelter at the crossing, and then they had to go back empty-handed because the border didn't open and the aid couldn't go in. People couldn't go out. Aid couldn't go in, and so that's the situation on the Rafah crossing front. We don't know what's going to happen today, but it's as it has been the case for the past 9 days. It's a waiting game, and news will come out, and we will be sure to update you on that front. But yeah, that's.
And also, as we've had two live calls with our correspondents, they all mentioned about the next phase of the conflict.
Yeah.
And also, as the Israeli Prime Minister and Benjamin Netanyahu has shared a video on X showing his visit at the frontier soldiers. And in the post, she said that with the soldiers on the frontier with Gaza, we are all ready. And the next stage is coming.
Right. So that was the first time that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu goes to the border since the attacks have happened and since the conflict started. I think that he went there to shore up support, to try to infuse morale in people, because we're seeing a buildup that's been happening for days now and no significant action on the ground taken by the Israeli army. So he wants to boost that morale, telling them that the next phase is coming. In parallel to that, we've seen the Israeli army yesterday issuing a statement offering to this day the most clear details on what could happen in the next phase. Again, we say that it was the clearest statement, but it didn't have a lot of details in it. They said that they are preparing for a comprehensive offensive by sea, air, and land. And so it's going to be a coordinated attack. They didn't give any specific timing or a time frame for this. How long will it be, or when will it start? We haven't heard that at all, but we have heard from our correspondent Stephanie Freed saying that there was the new evacuation order recommendation between quotation mark is going to last for 2 hours. And after that, it's anyone's guess what's going to happen. So we will see what's going to happen. But they're saying that right now they're prepping. They're trying to have an infrastructure in place to see this campaign on the ground through, because it's not going to be easy for them once they get into Gaza, how to replenish the equipment, how to establish logistics centers inside Gaza, where it's going to be fightings in very close quarters, different than what we've seen right now from air. And so their operations are going to be different once they get into Gaza and once a war on land happening. We've seen it before in different situations, like when the U.S. invaded Iraq or Afghanistan. It's a draining and long fight. Analysts are saying it could take weeks. Others are saying it could take months. We have no way of knowing, but that's why the Israeli army is taking its time right now before it goes. They're trying to plan this very carefully. In the statement, they said that our preparation involves the establishment of forward logistics centers to streamline the equipment supply process, enabling our troops to equip themselves efficiently. Again, ammunition is going to be of utmost importance once you're in there and you're having a fight.
Yes, exactly. And as you have mentioned, that no timings were given.
Right.
And also that the ground offensive into the Gaza Strip has been like just to the next stage, and also the residents in the southern part are highly suggested to evacuate.
Right.
And
I just want to say a few more things that I'm going to sort of try to explain what is Israel trying to achieve with this ground offensive, because it seems like they're taking their time. So what they want to do is, and they've said it very clearly, they want to wipe Hamas out of the face of this earth. What does that mean? We don't know, because analysts are coming out and saying that this is too ambitious. How can this happen? Like, just wipe out Hamas. This is a militant group and a political group as well. It has both political and military factions that has been in Gaza since 2007, so for 15, 16 years already. And so analysts are saying that what Israel wants to achieve by this is to sort of weaken Hamas on the operational front as much as possible, so as to avoid any other attacks on Israeli civilians or as Israeli territory. So it's less about what, like, the rhetoric of just like wiping Hamas off the face of the earth, because even if analysts are saying that even if the militants or the military part is gone, you still have the idea of Hamas, that the concept of it. And so again, they're saying that it's more realistic to say that they want to just weaken the faction itself, the militant group, to a point where it has no more operational capabilities or military capacity. So I just wanted to explain that. I know that we have a video about the reserve soldiers preparing for the next stage of operation around the Gaza Strip. Again, we've been seeing this for a while. Let's watch the video.
Let's watch the video together.
Israel as much has said this will be a long campaign because Israel essentially is talking about a no tolerance for what we saw a week ago today, no tolerance that it will never happen again. And, I know Noor was talking about that heartfelt and emotional run from her home. That's the way the Jews feel here. The Israelis feel that their grandparents were killed, 6 million Jews killed during the Holocaust. They saw a slaughter, a massacre by what are being called terrorists from Hamas that came into Israel a week ago. The Israeli government says they're not going to allow that to happen again. They will not see a repeat of World War II. So, yes, it looks like possibly there is a ground campaign that's imminent. Any mixed area, any areas where you have a mixing of the Jewish and Muslim populations right now, or Arab-Israeli, there's a tremendous amount of tension. The West Bank, there has been a tremendous amount of tension. What I understand is that, or the reports are that 4 people in the West Bank, they came toward a border area between Israel and the West Bank with explosives. Some of those exploded. They were going to put more along the fence that divides the 2 areas. And so the forces there shot and killed 4 people. But again, tremendous amount of tension. I can tell you we feel it here. And whenever there is interaction between Muslims, Jews right now, and that's because of the situation, and each side is sort of, which happens in these extreme situations.
Yeah, we've just watched the video from our correspondent and saying about the latest information at the next stage, and also about the Israeli policeman, as she had mentioned at the end of the video, shot 4 Palestinian people dead who tried to have this explosive at the West Bank. And also there are other temptations or voices from the Hamas leader saying that the Palestinians will not leave Gaza.
That's true.
This is a quote, as he said in the television speech, that our decision is to remain in our land.
Right. I mean, he's trying to, again, infuse morale and send a signal that we will not leave our homes, we will not leave our land, because, again, the Palestinian side is afraid or is concerned that all this evacuation warnings / recommendations, depending on whatever terminology you want to use, they're aimed at moving Palestinians away the way that Palestinians had been moved in the 1947 to 1948 1949 war, where they fled their house, their homes, their lands, fleeing violence because of the war between Israel and Palestine, and then were never allowed to come back. And so he's saying that we will never leave our land, we'll never leave our house. Yesterday, he did have a televised speech. He also accused Israel of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip, and we were seeing the use of these words. On the Israeli side, we've heard massacres, carnage. On the Palestinian side, we're hearing genocide. Because again, it's such a sensitive and it's really such a controversial issue what's happening, and so the use of these terminologies is meant to appeal to the opposing camps, which are really opposing on like very too far ends. He said that he's accusing Israel of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip. The enemy is doing this with the U.S. administration and some European unions. So he's holding the U.S. as well as some European unions some accountability for what is happening in Gaza, which is really unacceptable. What's happening in Gaza right now, as you mentioned, he said the people of Gaza are staying in their land. They will never leave Gaza or flee to Egypt. And so that's his televised speech, parts of his televised speech yesterday. In parallel to the military operation, the ground military operation that that Israel is preparing for, in parallel to that, we've seen the U.S. sending more support to Israel, and that's exactly what the Hamas chief was saying, that there's blood on the hands of the U.S. We've seen the U.S. standing firmly by Israel from the beginning, saying that we will do our utmost. We will give, and then unremitting efforts to help Israel in whichever way possible. Now we're seeing a slight recalibration from the White House, now mentioning Palestinians, because what is happening in Gaza is hard to overlook right now. And the voices from the international community are rising in support of Gaza. Still, in between supporting Israel and saying that civilians in Palestine should be avoided and we should, cut the losses on the human aspect of the war, they deployed a second aircraft carrier to the Eastern Mediterranean. That comes on the heels of a previous one, the world's largest aircraft carrier, coming into the same region earlier this week, the USS Gerald Ford. Now they're sending the USS Eisenhower aircraft carrier with its strike group. But the US is saying that this is to support Israel, but we will not get physically involved. Like, we will not have the boots of our army on the ground in Gaza. This is more of a deterrent for other regional powers, namely Iran and Hezbollah, because it's Iran-backed, and it's much closer to Israel because it's in Lebanon than Iran. They said that it only serves as a deterrent, and they were very honest about it when they said it's a deterrent signal to Iran, the Lebanese Hezbollah, and any other proxy across the region who might be considering exploiting the current situation to escalate conflict. And that's according to a senior U.S. defense officials. It's going to come now. At the same time, we've seen the support militarily, and we're seeing a little bit of diplomatic flurry from the U.S. side.
So we will come back to that later.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll come back into details later. So yes, we've talked about the military operations or military actions of the both sides, and also the actions of the United States. And actually, yesterday, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi had a phone conversation with the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken on the ongoing conflict of this region. And during the phone call, what I want to share is that Wang said that the Washington should play a constructive and responsible role. And when dealing with these international hotspot issues, that major countries must adhere to objectives and fairness, and maintain calmness and restraint, and take the lead in abiding by the international law. And also, he said that Beijing has called on for an international peace meeting ASAP, as soon as possible. There is no way out through military means, and by using violence to fight against violence can only create a vicious cycle.
Right.
Yeah. So this is the phone call by the director Wang Yi and Blinken, and also that there was I should say an interview from CGTN to the special envoy of China to the Middle East, Zhai Jun. We have quoted Zhai Jun's speeches a lot of time over the past few days, and this is an interview with CGTN, and he mentioned about the root cause of the Palestinian issue lies in the delayed realization of the Palestinians' long-standing aspiration for an independent state.
Yes.
And the solution lies in establishing an independent Palestinian state and implementing the two-state solutions. And he also, Zhai Jun, is set to visit relative countries in the Middle East next week and to enhance the coordinations with all parties and to have more dialogues. Yeah, so we have a video from Mr. Zhai Jun, the special envoy of China to the Middle East, and his strongly suggestions or strongly call for the ceasefire. So we can watch the video.
当前巴以冲突仍在持续的升级，进一步外溢的前景令人深感担忧。巴勒斯坦问题的根源在于巴勒斯坦独立建国的夙愿，多少年来一直没有能够实现，所以出路也在于建立一个独立的巴勒斯坦国，就是落实两国方案，实现巴勒斯坦和以色列两个国家的和平共处。王毅外长已经呼吁，在联合国主导下，尽快的召开更加权威、更有影响、更大范围的国际和会，凝聚国际促和的共识，推动巴勒斯坦问题早日得到全面、公正、持久的解决。这次巴以冲突发生以来，我们中方一直在同有关各方沟通协调。最近这几天，我已经同不少方面密集的通了电话进行了联系，包括巴勒斯坦、以色列、埃及、沙特、阿联酋等等国家外交部的负责人，也包括联合国中东和平进程的特别协调员、欧盟中东和平进程的特别代表，还有挪威中东和平进程的特使等等。我还集体会见了阿拉伯国家的驻华使节和阿拉伯国家联盟驻华代表处的负责人，有关方面都希望能够推动停火止暴，谴责伤害平民的行为，呼吁避免发生人道主义灾难，也期待着恢复中东和平进程。下个礼拜呢，我将会到中东地区的一些国家一些有关国家去访问，同各个方面进一步加强协调。我们工作的方向就是停火止战，保护平民，缓和局势，推动和谈。
Yeah, so in the video, we've know that Mr. Zhai Jun, the special envoy of China to the Middle East, had several phone calls with the different parties of the Middle East in terms of the Israel and Egypt and Palestine, just to name a few, and also has the face-to-face conversations with international organizations leaders as well for more coordinations, for more talks and dialogues, and also for the next week he will be visiting the Middle East to meet.
So China's saying that the only way out of this is through a political resolution, through a political settlement. They're suggesting, they're calling for the two-state solution, which China has repeatedly said is the way going forward. A state of Israel, a state of Palestine, recognized. It's a recognized state of Palestine. coexisting together. We'll see how will this play out in the
Yes.
next few weeks. On the diplomatic front as well, we're seeing Russia asking the UN Security Council for a vote on the conflict happening right now between Israel and Gaza. They've had a draft that was given to the UN Security Council on Friday. They haven't made any changes on it, and then we're hearing that they want to vote on it tomorrow, Monday, probably in the afternoon. It's a one-page statement. It's a one-page draft resolution that is calling for the cessation of violence, the de-escalation of the situation, the avoidance of attacks on civilians, as well as the release of hostages within Gaza. We don't know how this will play out because the UN Security Council, any resolution needs at least 9 votes in favor and no vetoes. And we have 5 countries with the veto powers: the US, the UK, France, China, and the US. And we'll see what the US position on this is going to be, because the US, being very close allies with Israel, has historically vetoed certain resolutions that were not in favor of Israel. So we will see how it goes tomorrow.
Yeah.
And before we wrap up, I want to speak a little bit more about the prospects of more fronts opening up. We're seeing now Gaza and Israel. We're also seeing more tension in the West Bank between Palestinians and Israel. But we're also seeing more on the northern border with Israel, the northern borders of Israel with Lebanon. We're seeing an escalation. It's limited in scope, but nonetheless, we're seeing fire and exchange of fire happening. We've already reported on deaths happening on the Lebanese side. Fighters from Hezbollah, by their admission, as well as civilians and a journalist. And so we're seeing this playing out. So far, it hasn't become out of control, but there's always that risk of it just becoming something completely different. We're seeing as well the Iranian foreign minister, much like Blinken, who came on a tour around the Middle East. We've seen the Iranian foreign minister now in the Middle East. He also went to a few countries. He went to Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Qatar. In Qatar, he met with Hamas chief. In Lebanon, he spoke with Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah is a group in Lebanon. It is backed by Iran, and it is an enemy of Israel and vice versa. Israel says it's a terrorist group, and they fought multiple wars before. One very important war in 2006, when Israel and Hezbollah had their most recent and most significant war. And for the other parts, it's just been this fighting that is happening. Now, Iran met with Hezbollah chief, and they've talked about what possible options could Hezbollah take. So far, there is restraint. So far, there is this decision of not escalating things, because we don't know where things. It's a Pandora's box. We don't know where it could go. But remarkably, the minister from Iran, the foreign minister from Iran, came out and said that if Israel has this ground operation, something bad is going to happen. He said that it's going to be a huge earthquake. And so he said that this huge earthquake will involve some operations, some form of operations from Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah has previously reiterated that it has certain red lines that should not be crossed, and once crossed, they will take immediate action. Again, we've seen this exchange of fire. Just last night, we've seen 2 civilians in Lebanon being hit by rockets from Israel. We also have seen the day before 1 journalist in Lebanon, who was on the border between these volatile borders between Israel and Lebanon, being hit by a missile. Him as well as other journalists. I think six were injured. He sadly was killed, and their car went up in flames when another missile hit it. Lebanon is filing a formal complaint with the UN about this. And Reuters is asking the journalist who died. It works with Reuters as a video journalist. So Reuters is asking now the Israeli army for clarification over this. The Israeli army says that they're investigating it. And so this is what's happening right now on that front. We also saw last night as well news coming out of the airport in Aleppo in Syria being hit again by Israel for the second time in a week. The last time I think was on Thursday, and it closed, and then it just reopened, and now it's been hit again. Israel usually doesn't comment on its activities in Syria. What the informations we're getting are from the Syrian side. Israel is keeping quiet as it has. This airport itself is mainly for civilians, but we have heard that there could be some military facilities nearby, which could be used by pro-Iranian groups to do any action against Israel, because we've already seen as well more rockets coming out over the past few days from Syria into Israel, and then Israel retaliating. And so this is the front. Israel says that it really wants to focus right now on Gaza because that's its number one priority. But they're saying that if other fronts open up, especially its northern front with Hezbollah, then they will have to deal with it. And they've already sent hundreds of thousands of their army there just in case.
Yes.
And basically, that's the last point that I really wanted to speak about, because that is a viable option that could happen going forward.
Exactly. So yeah, we have mentioned about the death of the 6 journalists. Right?
They were injured. Yeah. One was killed, and then 6 were injured.
Injured in the previous live streams, and also there are voices from the Israeli spokesperson as well that they were deeply regret or deeply saddened for the incident, for the loss, but it was still actively investigating into it. Yeah. So far, I think we have been here for over 1 hour, and we've been coming up and we'll be presenting about the information, the latest data about the current situation. We have live cross with our CGTN correspondents at the frontier and bringing about the latest information, the situations there, and also how is the hospital going and the humanitarian situations there. And we also talk about the military actions from different perspectives. We have the U.S. aircrafts plans, and also we have the actions taken from Israeli side and coming to a new stage, and also from the Palestinian side that the Palestinians will remain where they are and protect their places. So we've been here for talking about the latest information on this CGTN special live streams, special coverage on the conflict on the Palestine and Israel conflict. And I think there will be more coming, and do remember to stay tuned with us, and we will be here together with you with the latest information, with the latest situations there, and to get more stories be heard and get more voices be heard.
Thank you so much for watching us. This is a wrap up from us. We will see you hopefully tomorrow in another wrap up. Until then, keep safe, keep watching, and we'll see you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, see you.
my chair. You mind if I take it? No, sure. You're Reuters, yeah? Yeah. Ah, Amir Cohen. I'm Reuters, yeah. I live in Ashkelon. I'm still. Amir, yeah. Well, you want to get involved with stuff. Exactly, yeah. Making laundry and everything. Exactly. So if you need laundry, any help, give me a call. Should I? Really? Yeah, I know.
find it difficult, as I say. I don't know whether it was, well, that's why I don't sort of think.
Yeah, sometimes, but even lemon juice, a lemon,
Yeah, just
and a bottle of 2 liters of water, and I just boil the peel of the lemon, like a tea, and I mix everything and eat it.
looks like cucumber. soldiers safely. Yeah, we are. Yeah, Chris. We like got it from America, right? I want to say the amount was about, let's say £100. This is about 70. Something, I don't know, something like that. That's how we spend our money. Well, it isn't it? The way I work it, that's a third of a day. Yeah, of course, yeah. That's the way we roll, mate. I told my missus she was fucking killed. I updated my body armor after Ukraine. I got the new Spartan level 4. The only place you can get it is America. That's a massive threat. So if you've got those police officer, you're going to go in a lot cheaper, like 600 quid. Over here we go £1,600. Then you have to put the box, so don't pay import tax. You have to scrub it all. And I'm going to let note saying thanks for the use of your body armor. Just in case. But it worked. You got it through, yeah? Yeah, I got it through, yeah. I had a Ukrainian friend, this chick over in America. I've got file license now. Yeah. An M4, I needed a different split. The internal part, and €5. Yeah. She bought it for me. It's on like $12 for the whole kit. 6 springs and one. And she puts it postage for $120. So in the end she put it in the postcard, it's literally two springs. And got it. You know tobacco, you know someone. Yeah. Thanks for the use of this. You never got paid for that. So I'm going to go back over here. Put the video again, buddy. Stay safe. Yep.
two of them exploded by us yesterday in Beirut. After the tour, the army made a tour there, and they're trying to shell the
Right, it's not water, it's a naval gun. Yes.
180.
Yeah, what about 180
Sorry. 120. 120. Yeah, Iranian mortar. I can show you a picture. The tail. Aluminum black tail. The most common weapon actually is 105, 107 millimeters. Multi-launch. That's without the tail. Just the tube.
Yeah.
And the mortars, it's 118, 20 millimeter. Some made by Hamas, some are Iranian for sure.
Did the Israeli version?
Then in here. The same as IDF using. But the IDF has a very accurate system that can put it in a radius of 5 meters.
Yeah, the IDF is 7,240 meters.
It's a new system, it's called Keshet, but I haven't told it that. And it's a secret technology here in Israel.
I mean, to be fair, once you've gone past 20 kilometers away from Gaza, you're in weapons range.
Yeah.
Some of the more weapons systems they have over there. It's just about you have to assess the threat.
Yeah.
because you don't need to touch.
They just lock it in place.
Yeah, this is locked, unlocked, so
Yeah.
it goes. And it's
Elevation.
zoom in,
Yeah.
zoom out.
Okay. It's slow as it is. Best check. And do any movements, please.
Slow. All movements very slow.
Okay. Look through. Thank you.